of Kardashian and their children, where he publicly pleaded with her to rekindle their romance, writing in a since-deleted post, quote, "God, please bring our family back together." So, is this stalking or a credible threat? Well, this alone, probably not. There are three common defenses to stalking charges: that one, no credible threat was made; that there was no intent to cause fear; or three, that the activities were constitutionally protected. Now, to date, there's been no indication that Ye has made a credible threat of violence against his ex or their family, or that his actions are calculated to cause fear. Ye's efforts to win back his ex on social media are not coupled with what would normally be considered threats to her safety, so they likely fall under constitutionally protected speech. And while moving close to one's ex can seem alarming, this act alone is not going to be enough to constitute stalking. So Ye purchasing a house to be closer to his kids is likely not stalking in the absence of threats, though it's potentially possible that Ye's actions could fall under the broader umbrella of harassment, which includes threats of violence that seriously scare, annoy, or harass someone and serves no legitimate purpose. And to constitute harassment, the offender must engage in a course of conduct that would cause a reasonable person to suffer substantial emotional distress and must actually cause substantial emotional distress to the petitioner. Kardashian has already filed a motion in her divorce case saying that Ye's social media posts were full of, quote, misinformation regarding our private family matters and co-parenting on social media, which has created emotional distress. And according to one insider, Kim has grown particularly disturbed by her ex when he alleged in a mid-March Instagram post that Davidson, quote, will hook her on drugs. This comment allegedly alarmed Kardashian so much that she hired security to protect herself and Davidson. Quote, she's scared and is so jumpy, she's really on her guard and making sure she has security right now and has asked to take precautions. Now, California law allows parties to get a restraining order against conduct that disturbs a person's peace, even in the absence of violent threats. And based on the publicly available evidence, it's possible that Kardashian has cause for a domestic violence restraining order against Ye for harassment and disturbing her peace. But what about Pete Davidson? Can he get a restraining order? And is rap music a criminal threat? Now, if you told me last year that I was going to analyze rap music using claymation to simulate murder, whether that could constitute a crime, honestly, I probably wouldn't have questioned it, given how strange the last few years have been. But let's dive into this thing. And as I mentioned in Ye's song Easy, one of the lyrics threatens to, quote, beat Pete Davidson's ass. And in the first Easy music video, he beheads and then buries a claymation Pete Davidson. And in the next video, Ye has an animated Davidson beaten up by a monkey. Now, in response to criticism, Ye wrote on an Instagram post that art is therapy and denied that he was making threats. Quote, art is not a proxy for ill or harm. Any suggestion otherwise about my art is false and malintended. So, did Ye commit a crime in his music videos by threatening to beat up Davidson while attacking animated representations of Davidson? And does Pete Davidson have any grounds for civil harassment restraining order against Ye? Well, Davidson's public statements that he's not afraid of Ye is probably not going to help his case for threatening this as criminal conduct. Furthermore, the leaked text messages between Ye and Davidson purport to show Davidson eager to meet Ye in public to talk things out, which undermines a claim that Davidson feels stalked or harassed or suffering from actionable, sustained fear. And furthermore, the First Amendment gives a lot of leeway to artists and gives a broad right to depict exaggerated violence against public figures so long as they don't directly declare their intention to actually hurt another person or encourage others to do so. Like when Kathy Griffin controversially held a mock severed head of then President Trump. It might have been in poor taste and knocked her from the coveted C-list to D-list, but it probably broke no laws. Given Ye's denial that he intended to threaten Davidson and Davidson's lack of fear, Ye's musical mutilation is likely not a crime. Now, that being said, there could be some really severe consequences for Kanye, at least concerning his visitation rights and custody of his children. For restrained persons, a restraining order can have very serious consequences, particularly in the context of domestic violence. And if Kardashian successfully wins a domestic violence restraining order against Ye, he could lose custody of his young children and even lose the right to be in their lives entirely. California law has special rules for custody and visitation rights when it comes to domestic violence, and a judge will treat your case as a domestic violence matter if, one, a parent has been convicted of domestic violence against the other parent in the last 5 years, or two, any court has decided that one parent committed domestic violence against another parent or the children. And in fact, under California law, a judge cannot award custody, joint or otherwise, to the parent who committed domestic violence unless that abusive parent meets the burden to show, among other things, that custody is in the best interest of the children, the abusive parent committed a 52-week matter intervention program, and has completed any court-ordered substance abuse counseling or parenting class, has complied with any restraining orders, and has not committed any further domestic violence. If Kardashian obtains domestic violence restraining order, it's possible, though not incredibly likely, that Ye could lose all rights to custody, be subject to supervised visitation, or even be ordered to stay at least 100 yards away from his ex and their young children. Ye could be ordered to stop communicating with Kardashian and Davidson, both directly and indirectly through social media. And in fact, the family law judge handling the divorce could order Ye to stop discussing the divorce, his kids, and his ex-wife's new boyfriend with the public if Kardashian proves that she feels threatened or harmed by this conduct. Now, throughout this entire ordeal, Ye has maintained that he's always been acting in the best interest of his children. But if Ye doesn't get his act together and stop with this bizarre and potentially menacing behavior, he risks losing his family forever. Now, with situations like these, it's always important to avoid emotion and think logically, which you can learn to do with today's sponsor, Brilliant. Brilliant is an online learning platform for STEM that replaces lecture videos with hands-on interactive lessons. It's for curious learners, both young and old, professional and inexperienced. So if you'd like to exercise your brain or help your kids with school, Brilliant has you more than covered. Now, one of my favorite courses is all about logic. Brilliant's logic courses cover liar and truth-teller riddles, logical fallacies, machine logic, and even some strategic game theory. And logic is a crucial skill that lawyers need every day. And Brilliant lets you learn by doing rather than listening to hours of boring lectures. Learning through doing is scientifically proven to be the most effective way to master any skill. And the courses have storytelling, interactive challenges, and problems to solve. You will absolutely love it. And within Brilliant's library, you'll find courses like calculus, linear algebra, math, and that applies to trading and finance. Basically, every scientific and mathematical thing that you would want to learn. You'll also find courses on gravitational physics, astronomy, and machine learning. Now, you can sign up and start learning for free today with the link that's on screen right now, which will take you to brilliant.org/legaleagle. And the first 200 people to sign up will also get 20% off their annual subscription. So just click on the link that's on screen right now or in the description to get 20% off your subscription to Brilliant. Plus, clicking on that link really helps out this channel. And while you're there, click on this link to all my other real law reviews for more legal news. So click on this link, or I'll see you in court. Russia has invaded Ukraine, and many are calling this an illegal war of aggression. But what does it mean for a war to be illegal? What does international law mean in this context? And what is even international law itself? Because the recent Russian invasion of Ukraine has shocked and horrified people all around the world. Almost every nation has condemned the invasion, many calling it an illegal war. Even traditionally neutral countries like Switzerland and Sweden have joined in economic sanctions against Russia. And the Secretary General of the United Nations concluded that Russia's invasion of Ukraine violated international law, saying, quote, "It is wrong, it is against the United Nations Charter, it is unacceptable." The United States, which has been affirmed by 193 member states, says that countries should not invade each other. But what happens next comes down to this. Who, if anyone, has the authority to enforce international law? And how are you going to stop an invading force? Law professor Louis Henkin, who is credited with founding the study of human rights law, famously wrote that, quote, "Almost all nations observe almost all principles of international law and almost all of their obligations almost all the time." Henkin's observation was that in the modern world, most countries agree on the general standards of international conduct. However, the troubles arise because of the word almost. What about when nations don't agree with international standards of conduct, or just simply don't observe them? Do these international standards have the force of law? Does the international community have the ability to enforce its standards of conduct? Well, today we're going to talk about international law, what it is, what it isn't, and what happens next in Ukraine. But first, some background on Russian and Ukrainian history. Now, this is a very complicated subject. I'm only going to scratch the surface, but I think this will be helpful. From 1922 until 1991, Ukraine was a member of the Soviet Union. But in 1991, it declared its independence and became its own sovereign state. In 2004, the Orange Revolution led to annulling a presidential election, which was claimed to be marred by massive corruption, voter intimidation, and electoral fraud. New elections were held in 2005 that eventually led to Viktor Yushchenko beating the Russian-backed Viktor Yanukovych. But Yanukovych eventually succeeded in the 2010 election. But in 2013, the Ukrainian people launched a protest movement against the corrupt pro-Russian president Viktor Yanukovych. who was seen as being backed by Russian billionaires who were hostile to NATO. Not to make this about the United States, but coincidentally, during this era, Donald Trump's campaign manager, Paul Manafort, spent 10 years as one of Yanukovych's advisors. Of course, in 2020, President Trump was impeached by the House after he put on hold $391 million in congressionally approved military aid to Ukraine. But in 2013, Ukraine's government was about to sign an agreement establishing closer ties with Europe, but Yanukovych backed out 1 week before the agreement was to be signed. Instead, he announced that Ukraine would build a stronger relationship with Russia. This announcement reneged on a campaign promise, and Yanukovych's popularity plummeted. And after the Euromaidan protests, Yanukovych fled to Russia, and Ukraine elected a pro-Western government. And in 2014, Russia tried to hack Ukraine's Central Election Commission so that it would present a far-right candidate who, in fact, got less than 1% of the vote as the winner. As historian Tim Snyder documented, the hack failed, but Russian media had been prepared for its success, and Russian television went on air with falsified documents, even digital images that matched what the hack was supposed to produce. When the election gambit failed, Russia invaded Ukraine and annexed the territory of Crimea. And in 2019, former comedian Volodymyr Zelensky, who on TV played a history teacher who ran on an anti-corruption platform and eventually became the president of Ukraine, ran on an anti-corruption platform and became the president of Ukraine. And of course, prior to this most recent invasion, Zelensky was famous in the United States for having what everyone called a perfect phone call with former President Donald Trump. Just an absolutely perfect phone call. Then in February of 2022, Russian President Vladimir Putin launched a full-scale war on Ukraine, claiming that he needed to eliminate Nazism in Ukraine and that he was defending the people of the Donbas regions of Ukraine. The international community recognized that Donbas, like Crimea, is part of Ukraine. So the question is this an illegal war? And what does it even mean to be an illegal war under international law? Well, I'm sorry to tell you, it probably doesn't mean all that much. So, the phrase international law is a bit of a misnomer because international law isn't really binding in the way that American laws generally are. In America, the primary sources of law are the U.S. Constitution, laws enacted by Congress, rules promulgated by federal agencies, state constitutions, laws enacted by state legislatures, rules promulgated by state agencies, and city or county charters and local laws. And as you can see, there's generally a hierarchy of these laws. Statutes and rules can't contradict a higher source of law. For example, the U.S. Constitution is generally at the top of that list, and a state law or a state constitution that contradicts the federal constitution, where state law is supreme, is considered void. But in contrast, there isn't really an international hierarchy of law. Sovereign nations may agree on general principles of conduct, but there isn't a body of international law that is superior to their own national laws. So the first thing you need to know about international law is that everything is dependent on the individual states. And as you can imagine, individual sovereign nations are incredibly reluctant to give up any of their autonomy and to subject themselves to the potential whims of other countries. The United States is no exception to this. So what do we mean when we talk about international law? Well, the most important sources of international law are customary international law derived from practice in the states, treaties between the states, and general principles of law recognized by civilized nations. Now, the oldest source of what we call international law tends to be customary international law, and this doesn't really have a written source, like a criminal code. Instead, it's more like English common law, since it's made up of unwritten rules that are derived from custom and practice. A rule of customary law has two elements. First, there has to be widespread and consistent state practice. The practice must be by the government, but must also be recognized by the state's courts and parliaments. And second, there has to be what's called opinio juris, which is the state's belief that it has a legal obligation. What's an example of customary international law? Well, diplomatic immunity, for example. Diplomatic immunity is a principle that gives certain foreign government officials the right to safe passage through other countries, guaranteeing the diplomat cannot be sued or arrested for violating the host country's law. This principle of diplomatic immunity is one of the oldest elements of foreign relations observed in ancient Greece and Rome, sometimes. Now, prior to World War II, countries recognized diplomatic immunity based simply on precedent. But after World War II, diplomatic immunity was embedded in a number of international conventions. And today, all countries agree that diplomats have diplomatic immunity, although they can be expelled from their homes for violating the law. Then we can talk about treaties. Treaties are a second source of international law. An international treaty is a written agreement between international law subjects reflecting their consent to the creation, alteration, or termination of their rights and obligations. Treaties may also be called agreements, conventions, or protocols. Now, a treaty is not the same thing as a law. A treaty is a source of an obligation under the law, and treaties are only binding on states which agree to become parties to them. So there is no international tribunal or government that can force any sovereign nation to become a party to a treaty against that nation's will. And so if there's no government or court that can compel states to join or comply with a treaty, why are treaties binding at all? Well, generally because of a customary principle of international law called pacta sunt servanda, which is Latin for agreements must be kept. And I greatly apologize for all of my mispronounced Latin throughout this entire video. As it turns out, it's really hard to speak a dead language. Now, all states recognize that they are bound by the agreements that they make, and therefore they are obligated to honor their treaties. But will memorialize a principle of customary law, in essence codifying a general understanding between nations. For example, the 1969 Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties codified the basic customary principles governing international treaties. The Vienna Convention is known as the Treaty on Treaty. And in the U.S., for example, a treaty only becomes binding if Congress agrees that it should become binding and effectively the law of the United States. And if the country wants to back out of the treaty, there's effectively nothing that any other country can do. But then that takes us to general principles of civilized nations. These are general principles of fairness and justice which are applied universally in legal systems around the world, and although that sounds pretty sweeping, in reality, these principles are pretty much gap fillers. When there's a dispute and there is no provision in an international treaty or statute or any recognized customary principle of international law, the general principles of law can be used to fill the gaps. An example of that would be the admission of indirect evidence. In 1949, an International Court of Justice decision addressed whether Albania had civil liability for the mining of the Corfu Channel and subsequent damage to 2 British naval vessels. The court ruled that the UK could establish the knowledge and responsibility of Albania for laying mines in the water through indirect evidence, since indirect evidence is admitted in basically all systems of law. There are other sort of miscellaneous sources of international law that may help resolve international disputes. You can look to court decisions, writings by international lawyers, and actions taken by the United Nations and its many organs. But you can imagine that if the prior sources of international law aren't binding, these certainly are not going to have that much of a precedential effect. Now, I'm sure many people are watching this video and screaming at the screen about the United Nations. Well, the United Nations was established after World War II to provide a formal way for nations of the world to communicate and resolve disputes. The Charter of the United Nations is an international treaty that by peaceful means. Many people have the mistaken impression, though, that the UN General Assembly is the government of the whole world. However, the United Nations General Assembly has no power to legislate for the international community. Its resolutions are not legally binding. The General Assembly cannot enact international laws and then force member states to submit to its authority. UN resolutions do influence international relations, but they're not the equivalent of laws and statutes. So it's the United Nations General Assembly, but what about the UN Security Council? And in fact, the UN Security Council is the only international body that has all nations. The Council has 15 members. The 5 permanent members are China, France, Russia, the United States. It also has 10 non-permanent members whose terms run for 2 years. Each member has 1 vote. And in 2022, the temporary members of the Security Council are the United Arab Emirates, Albania, Ghana, India, Ireland, Kenya, Mexico, and Norway. The 5 permanent members all have veto power over all UN Security Council matters. And under the Charter of the United Nations, all member states are obligated to comply with Council decisions. Therefore, decisions by the UN Security Council are considered to be compliant. Quote, under Chapter 7, the Council can take measures to enforce decisions that ensure the mandate. The Security Council can impose economic sanctions or order an arms embargo, and on rare occasions, the Council has authorized member states to use all necessary means, including collective military action. All member states are obligated under the UN Charter to carry out the Security Council's decision. Although the world is remarkably united about Russia's war against Ukraine, it will still be difficult, if not impossible, for the Security Council to take direct action against Russia. When the Security Council decisions require a majority of the 9 members plus consent of all 5 permanent member states, Russia, a permanent member, vetoed a council resolution condemning its attack on Ukraine. China and India and the United Arab Emirates abstained from that vote. But you can imagine that as long as Russia is a member of the UN Security Council, no resolution is going to pass. Well, I will say there is an interesting legal movement gaining some traction which says that Russia is in fact not a member of the UN Security Council. The argument goes like this. The original member of the UN Security Council was the Soviet Union. was originally created for the USSR. So some argue that without formalizing this relationship with Russia, Russia does not hold the seat that the former Soviet Union held on the Security Council. This seems a little bit far-fetched, but we'll see if it gains traction in the future. But let's take a moment to talk about the use of force under international law. After the devastation of 2 world wars, the United Nations was born. The UN Charter established a prohibition on the use of force to resolve disputes among states. Article 2, Section 4 of the Charter bans the threat or use of force, 1, against the territorial integrity of the state, 2, against the political independence of a state, and 3, in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the UN. Now, that said, there are 2 exceptions to the prohibition on the use of force. The Security Council can use force on behalf of the UN to maintain peace and security. A member state can also use self-defense to repel an armed attack. Chapter 7 of the UN Charter establishes that force may be used to keep the peace if the Security Council determines that there is the existence of a threat to the peace, a breach of the peace, or an act of aggression, and efforts to address the matter using measures short of force have failed or would be futile. Now, in the early days of the UN, the Charter suggested that all member states would make their military resources collectively available to the Security Council to use to stop wars. But this has effectively never materialized. And as a result, when the Council needs a peacekeeping force, willing states volunteer their personnel. Putin tried to take advantage of this exception by declaring that his forces were a peacekeeping force. And former President Trump thought this was a great idea and suggested that the U.S. should invade Mexico with fake peacekeeping forces as well. Of course, this is not what peacekeeping means. Under the UN Charter, as one source put it, the Security Council takes the lead in determining the existence of a threat to the peace or an act of aggression. It calls upon the parties to a dispute to settle it by peaceful means and recommends methods of adjustment or terms of settlement. Under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, the Security Council can take enforcement measures to maintain or restore international peace and security. Such measures range from economic sanctions to international military action. The Council also establishes UN peacekeeping operations and special political missions. Now, additionally, Article 51 of the UN Charter provides for nothing in the present Charter shall impair the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations until the Security Council has taken measures necessary to maintain international peace and security. A sovereign nation's right of self-defense predates international organizations, and it's one of the fundamental principles of state sovereignty. And as part of this right, nations can rescue their own citizens who are trapped or being held in another country, but a nation can't claim it's merely protecting its own citizens if its real aim is to overthrow a foreign government. Now, Russian President Putin said that people in the Donbas republics sought Russia's help, and that qualifies as self-defense. But Article 51 applies to states, not to individuals. So, as of now, Russia is the only state that has recognized the 2 Donbas republics as their own nations, though this claim appears to be pretext for invasion. And although Putin claims that the Ukrainians are committing genocide in the Donbas, this also appears to be a pretext as well. And Russia also claims that Ukraine is the aggressor here, but even after the invasion of Crimea, Ukraine did not invade or really even threaten Russia. So, is the war in Ukraine illegal under international law? Well, yes, but the principle that war is illegal is only as strong as the international community's willingness to intervene in the conflict. And the first modern attempt to make war illegal was in 1928 when the U.S. and France created the Kellogg's-Briand Act, where dozens of countries joined the treaty, which called on nations to settle their disputes peacefully. This treaty was only as good as its members' commitment to it. And of course, the pact meant nothing when World War II erupted a decade later. Again, in 1949 with the Geneva Conventions. The Geneva Conventions govern how civilians, prisoners of war, and soldiers are treated. You probably heard that the Geneva Conventions prohibit nations from torturing people or using torture to extract information. And effectively, all nations have joined the Geneva Conventions, but these treaties only govern how people are treated during war. They don't say anything about the legality of the war itself. And even though the Security Council actions are said to be binding, they're only binding if the Council actually chooses to enforce them. For example, the Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s clearly violated the laws of war, but the Security Council took no steps to intervene. And then there is the International Criminal Court. Now, the ICC is an independent judicial institution that was established in 2002. It is empowered to investigate and prosecute war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, and the crime of aggression. 123 countries are ICC members, which means that these countries have given the ICC the authority to investigate and prosecute crimes committed by their nations or by anyone on their territory. The ICC doesn't have the power over countries that aren't a party to the treaty, however. And the U.S., for example, did not join the ICC. President Clinton signed the Rome Statute, the treaty authorizing the ICC, but the Senate wouldn't ratify it. And President George W. Bush then unsigned the treaty, informing the UN that America did not recognize any obligations under the ICC. Nevertheless, U.S. citizens can still be prosecuted for committing war crimes if it happens in a territory that is an ICC member. Afghanistan, for example, is a party to the ICC and can request that the ICC investigate Americans for committing war crimes. But at the same time, the ICC cannot override the laws of any sovereign nation. It only exercises its jurisdiction when a country is either unwilling or genuinely unable to investigate and prosecute war crimes. And of course, countries are free to prosecute war crimes in their own courts. But that being said, neither Russia nor Ukraine have signed or adopted the Rome Treaty and are not members of the ICC. So Russia cannot be prosecuted for the crime of aggression. However, in 2014, after Russia annexed Crimea, Ukraine submitted a declaration giving the ICC jurisdiction for crimes committed anytime on its property after February 2014. So Ukraine can ask that ICC prosecutors open a full investigation into Russia's actions. Now, I know when we cover international law, it often feels like there's nothing that we can do, but that's not true. And in fact, if you'd like to do some good for this world, especially regarding Ukraine, I recommend Tab for a Cause, which is helpfully sponsoring this video. Now, Tab for a Cause lets you raise money for charity just by opening tabs and browsing the internet, which we were probably going to do anyway. And in fact, Tab for a Cause responded to your request, and they have an entire Ukraine-specific page geared towards providing essential services and supplies to Ukrainian families. And in fact, Save the Children has been providing ongoing humanitarian aid in Ukraine since 2014 and will continue to support families even if, fingers crossed, the conflict ends soon. Now, Tab for a Cause is a Google Chrome extension that allows you to pick the charity of your choice, and then every time you open up a new tab, instead of displaying a blank page, it displays a beautiful new customized tab with a couple of tiny ads. Now, the money that you generate through those open pages is then donated to your charity. Tab for a Cause has partnered with Save the Children, which is mobilizing now for the Ukrainian people. And Tab for a Cause's finances are completely transparent. You can see for yourself how much money they've raised every quarter and where that money has gone. And believe it or not, the legal eagles, the people like you who are watching my videos, have already raised over $35,000 alone for charity just by opening tabs, and I'm really thankful for that. So all you have to do is click on the link that's on screen right now or in the description and install the Chrome extension. That's it. Every page you open will create revenue that goes to charity, and it's completely free. Tab for a Cause users like you have raised millions of dollars, and it's the easiest possible way to donate to charity. So just click on the link below and download the extension, and do some good by doing what you were going to do anyway. So click on that link, or I'll see you in court.
You should have let me bump off Harvey Dent. We'd all have been better off, wouldn't we, Harv?
Yeah, you can't defend your attempted murder by saying that everyone would be better off if you actually completed the murder itself. Today we're going to take a deep dive into my childhood with one of my favorite shows of all time, Batman the Animated Series.
You know, as a kid, I used to...
I'm a real lawyer, so let's react to Batman the Animated Series, the trial episode. Trial. The trial episode. Alright, Paul Dini and Bruce W. Timm. We'll see if you can write a good courtroom episode.
Pamela Lillian Isley. District Attorney Van Dorn has asked that the maximum sentence of life imprisonment be imposed upon you.
Maximum sentence for what? In Batman the Animated Series, I don't think anyone ever actually dies. And I don't think Poison Ivy... I think this is Poison Ivy, right? So...
Call me Poison Ivy.
What is she getting the maximum sentence of life in prison for? I mean, I guess maybe attempted murder. She did try and kill a lot of people. All right. So if she was... I don't know what the particular circumstances are here, but the district attorney has asked for the maximum sentence. I don't know that that fits with the sentencing guidelines, even though this is New York State, not actually the federal system, but I'll allow it.
However, as your apprehension came at the hands of the Batman and not a recognized agent of the law, this court has no choice.
Okay, all right. A couple of big problems here. First of all, we talked a lot on this channel about how Batman is a vigilante, the things he's doing are illegal, it subjects him to all kinds of actual criminal penalties. putting that aside, when Batman apprehends a wrongdoer who has also done something wrong, that doesn't mean that they don't go to jail. They can be sentenced to jail just like anyone else. The fact that a vigilante has captured them, I don't think has any actual repercussions in the actual police and judicial system itself.
This court has no choice but to return you to Arkham Asylum, where it is hoped you will complete your rehabilitation.
Okay, but what does that have to do with anything? So, if they're captured by Batman, going to Arkham Asylum is effectively the result of being found guilty of a crime. Now, Arkham Asylum, my recollection is that it's a mental institution, and if you're found not guilty by reason of insanity, which a lot of these, I guess, supervillains are, you could be sent to some sort of facility like that. But, it's for an indefinite amount of time. But what the judge is saying is a non sequitur here. He's saying we can't do anything with you because you were captured by Batman, but also I'm going to send you to this mental institution because you're not guilty by mental insanity. I don't know what's going on here. So far, this doesn't check out. For a mental institute, this looks a lot like a prison. I think there's some blurring some lines here between a mental institution and just a flat-out supermax prison here.
Well, cheer up. Word is we're gonna throw a little party. And old Jervis here has the invitation.
I mean, I suppose it does make sense that the Mad Hatter does reside in Arkham Asylum. More so than anyone else. I have no reason to believe why all of those other criminals should be in Arkham Asylum instead of, an actual prison.
Not only does Batman create these so-called super criminals, he takes it upon himself to be their judge and jury with no regard for the legal system.
Well, that's not true. Batman literally leaves the prisoners on the doorstep of the police so that the police can arrest the prisoners, and then theoretically they'll be tried by the district attorney, who once was Harvey Dent and now is Ms. Van Dorn. I don't think I agree with that. I think that's unnecessarily cynical.
It sounds like you want to put Batman on trial. Believe me, I'd like nothing better.
Well, yeah, so look, Batman deserves to be on trial for a whole host of reasons that are apart from the fact that he's judge, jury, and executioner. He's not really any of those things. He is a vigilante and should be put on trial. But that's sort of neither here nor there.
As Gotham's new district attorney, I can't allow your pet nut to run loose in my city.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean it.
Janet, it's a war zone out there, and Batman is our best weapon.
That's
And
also
I
fair.
say he's a drug the city keeps taking to avoid facing reality. Speak of the devil.
The East Side Skulls are ready to declare war on the other gangs.
Old news. My department's already planning a sting to catch the Skulls leader.
Don't bother.
Very cute, mister.
But, so, I mean, the issue with gangland violence is not that you don't know who the gang members are and just you can go arrest them, is that you have to actually have enough evidence that they have done the things that they were accused of. And so, here, Batman hasn't done really much good because he's just simply captured someone that I'm sure the district attorney and the police already knew was a member of this gang system. So, Batman not doing his best here.
You want to support law and order, you take off that mask and put on a uniform.
Yeah, that's fair.
Next time I see him, it'll be a whole different story.
Will it, though?
Hello, Bruce.
Yeah, Janet, of course. So glad we're able to meet on such short notice. Still, even you have to admit, Batman's come through now and then.
But look at the lunatic fringe he's created. The Joker, Two-Face, Poison Ivy, and the rest. Batman's responsible for every one of them.
Is he? So, okay, is that where this episode is going? That Batman is actually responsible for creating the supervillains that he is policing as well? I mean, interesting. We'll see where that goes. I mean, that might get into issues of proximate cause versus actual cause. But that's kind of a straw man, so it'll be interesting to see what he does with that.
I'm sorry, Bruce. I won't be a minute.
Take your time.
Is that a go, but I love watching you leave joke? Did they shoehorn that into a kid's cartoon here? I wonder if they're being a little cheeky there, no pun intended.
Let me out! Do you hear me? Whoever you are, let me out this second!
Again, this really looks like a prison here, rather than any kind of institute that would actually be for psychological or psychiatric purposes.
We got some legal business to settle first.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about a trial.
Oh,
Me, the
yeah.
prosecutor, you, the defense, and your client. Is Batman.
Okay, you know what? I like the idea. I like the setup of this episode. Making the single-minded district attorney who actually doesn't like Batman to be forced to defend him. Though it's interesting that when these supervillains finally have the upper hand, they have Batman incapacitated, they decide to do this legal nonsense instead of, actually unmasking him and killing him. Yeah, not a great plan from their perspective, but a great conceit for an episode. I love it.
As far as I'm concerned, you belong in here with them.
Oh.
Whatever. You've got to go through with it. It's their game and their rules.
Another Cyclops drone.
Said it yourself, lady.
Gotta grab its data to reconnect with the dome back at the base.
So, we're placing him before the bar to face our justice.
Okay.
Amusing idea, what? Kidnapping you to be Batman's attorney?
Okay, so, legally speaking, putting aside the fact that this trial is completely rigged and impossible, this would be a very easy case for this lawyer to win, because just because someone is an actual cause doesn't mean that they are the proximate cause, the legal cause of something happening. And when you're talking about a bunch of supervillains who are,
Maybe if I jump into it.
I use this term loosely, in control of their faculties, they're committing a bunch of intentional torts and a bunch of intentional crimes, so that Batman, though he might have, placed a domino or flipped a domino over in this long string of dominoes that led to the creation of these supervillains, he's not actually responsible for the things that they have done. So, theoretically, this lawyer should have a pretty easy time.
Likewise, a fair and impartial jury.
Hang him!
Get him!
Hit him with a rock.
Okay, so I probably don't need to tell you that this jury is completely constitutionally infirm. First of all, you don't have 12 people, which is not a requirement in all the states, but generally you do have 12. This is not an impartial selection of people in this area. Batman is not being tried by a selection of his peers. Under the Sixth Amendment, a jury has to be a representative cross-sample of the people in that geographical location. And not only is this petty jury, the, I think, 6 supervillains who were there, not representative of the community at large, there was no jury panel, there was no veneer through which you could choose the members of the jury. It has to be impartial. And it doesn't mean that they can't know anything about the accused, but it does mean that they have to be able to put what they know aside. And here, they are material witnesses. They are absolutely not impartial against Batman. And so, yeah, believe it or not, a jury made up of exclusively of supervillains does not pass constitutional muster.
Going down!
Yeah, so Joker as the judge, that doesn't
Get the
pass
data from the
constitutional
drone.
muster either. He needs to be bounced for not being capable of presiding over this trial.
I was promised a chance to defend my client.
Oh, very well. Like it'll make a difference. Mr. Prosecutor, make your opening statement.
Yeah, so in California, you have a procedure through which you ask the judge to no longer preside over your trial, and sometimes you can just do it automatically. It's called 170.6 the judge after that particular section of the California Code. You definitely want to make a 170.6 motion in this particular case.
We're all freaks and monsters. And who made us this way? Batman.
Yeah, not so much. So, in law school, you spend a huge amount of time talking about the difference between actual cause and proximate cause. And, in fact, often you're dealing with really dry cases. There is one particular case in law school that I think is actually really interesting that talks about this very distinction. It's called the Palsgraf case, and it involves a guy who brings some fireworks onto a train, the box of fireworks explodes, and it tips over this giant scale onto this poor woman named Palsgraf. And so the main question in that case is not whether the guy who brought the fireworks, is he responsible? But the question is the railroad at any point responsible? And I actually did an entire video called What's in the Box that talks about this very case. It's all animated, which is fitting because this is Batman the Animated Series. So if you are curious about how that case turned out and the difference between actual and proximate cause, you can check out that video.
Yo, ha! Understand!
Yeah, right out of the jury into the witness box. That is not allowed.
Counselor.
You brainwashed and kidnapped a woman who rejected you.
Batman forced me to do it. He was going to take her away from me. I had no choice.
Yeah,
You
that's
could
not
have respected her wishes and left her alone.
I'd have killed her first!
Let's take it for the record, please.
Record? Is someone supposed to be writing this down?
Yeah, well, someone is supposed to be writing it down. So I actually really like that cross-examination. Well, actually, so there was no direct examination. Yeah, so I guess we'll call that cross-examination. That really actually highlights the difference between actual cause and proximate cause. But yeah, Batman played a role in it, but for the most part, it's just the Mad Hatter being the Mad Hatter, and he was committing intentional acts. So this is actually a really fun example of the distinction between the two kinds of cause.
I object to this witness. She's obviously trying to influence the judge.
Yeah, that seems improper.
What makes you say that?
But of course, the writers know that. They're making that joke.
If there was no Batman, there'd be no Joker, and I'd never have met my pudding. Thank you, Batman.
So that's not damages. That's benefit.
We're hopes of getting time off.
I mean, the judge probably should find her. Yeah.
So it's Batman's fault he did not
Attempted murder by saying that everyone will be better off if you actually completed murder itself. That's not an actual defense, and it's not. But aren't the Joker's flowers canonically, like, they shoot acid? They're made of plastic? Kind of convenient that there's a real flower in this particular case.
one by one until it's all gone, honey.
I mean, it doesn't actually change anything.
I used to believe Batman was responsible for the people. But now I see nearly everyone here would have ended up exactly the same, Batman or not.
I mean, so that's true, but I think we're still in the middle of the cross-examination here. So, you know, I know it's happening on TV all the time, but you're not allowed to actually make closing arguments when you're supposed to be questioning people. That's sort of trial 101.
Oh, the gimmicks might be different, but you'd all be out there in some form or another bringing misery to Gotham. The truth is, you created him.
And, of course, not for nothing, there's no bailiff here, and so the bailiff can't police the fact that she's just walking around the entire courtroom, because, you know, you're not allowed to actually enter the well without permission from the judge. I guess even in Arkham Asylum. Maybe? Maybe? I don't know.
Jury, you've heard the evidence. Consider your verdict.
So, again, in real life, this is not a close case at all. Batman is not responsible for the actions of the supervillain. He has, however, committed all kinds of other crimes, not related to these supervillains, but that's a subject for a different video.
In light of Ms. Van Dorn's stirring defense, we have no choice but to find the defendant not guilty.
Hey!
chưa? Thôi xin 10 phút. Cái gì? Gì? Trên lò 2 hả? Ừ. Có lên nha nè. Sáng lên xíu thôi. Ừ, cố lên ha. Mở cái môi thôi đúng không? Này, cái môi hết rồi đó. Sáng xíu ha.
We see you, Kyrie Irving and Anthony Edwards. Good morning, everybody, and welcome into Undisputed. I'm Jen Hale here with Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp. Gentlemen, what a night of hoops. Good morning, good morning.
Yeah, some great games last night. That last one was a turn in the middle of the game.
You know, I just found it so sad last night that LeBron James, the king, the quote-unquote GOAT, had to tweet about the playing game instead of actually being able to play in the playing game.
Yeah.
Poor LeBron.
Yeah. They weren't good this year.
Huh?
I mean, how many?
I thought he was the king. Now he's the king of tweets.
You done read the horse, you run you some races, you put him out in the field, he ate, you can use him for glue. I mean, you just gotta use that.
He's gone to the glue factory?
I mean, hey, he's done. This season's over. The season's over for the Lakers. We got some good basketball anyway. The playoffs gonna go on without LeBron. Your day coming, though.
All right, gentlemen, let's jump in and get started this morning. Despite being preseason favorites, Kevin Durant and the Nets found themselves in a play-in matchup last night versus the Cleveland Cavaliers. The squad responded. 115-106 victory. Hope you caught Kyrie. He led the way with 34 points. KD following up with 25. Nets now set to square off against Jason Tatum and the Celtics Sunday in the first round of this year's playoffs. Shannon, after what you saw last night, who do you think wins here, Celtics or Nets?
I'm still taking the Celtics because I believe the Celtics are a better team. Now, obviously, the Brooklyn Nets have the two best players in KD and Kyrie, but Jason Tatum will probably be first-team All-NBA, probably going to get some MVP votes, and Jaylen Brown is nothing to sneeze at. I just think the thing is, from top to bottom, the Celtics have the better team. I'm not so sure Udoka isn't a better coach than Steve Nash. And so with that, I'm going to take them. And I think they're a better defensive team. I haven't loved the Nets defensively all year long. We know the firepower that they possess offensively. And that's what makes them so unique and very difficult to deal with. They got 59 points, 23 assists from KD and Kyrie last night and still only won by 7 points. They were up at one point, 40 to 25, 40 to 20 in the first quarter, and then they scored 17 points in the second quarter and let the Cavs get back into the ball game. I would like to think that the Celtics are deeper, are a better better basketball team.
Sometimes they're a good football team.
Than the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah.
And so with that being said, because basically last night, the only really thing they had going was Garland. And Garland was really good last night. He can get any shot that he wants. He missed some easy, missed some bunnies.
And where did he go to college?
I don't know where he went to school.
He went to Vanderbilt University.
Oh, he's a clutch clan.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a clutch.
And what did I predict? I said he averaged 25 over the last 21 games. I said he'll score 35. He got to 34.
He got to 34. And so I just think they gave up 65 second half points. Now, what we've seen from the Boston Celtics over the last 30-plus ball games has been total domination. They go 26-6, and they win so many of those games by 20-plus points. They're not just beating people, they're beating people up. They're taking them apart. They're the best defensive team in all of basketball. So when you combine that with a point defensive team, and two guys that are really working, I believe to a certain degree, if more people believe in 5 and 10, KD, Kyrie, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, now you're bringing others on game part, getting out over, type
than others. Because to your point, he was 0-5 as a starter. We can't sell that.
You're right, Skip. And I tell people this all the time. As a professional, no matter what you are, a professional, especially a professional athlete, or entertainer, you're rapper, or whatever the case may be, you and I say a lot of people all the time, a lot of people turn on to the show to see Skip and I make a mistake. I got you. You heard what he said? Skip Bayless said yada yada. Shannon Sharp said this. Or Shannon Sharp was in this and said that. Some people just waiting for that opportunity. Because the culture now, oh, you heard that? I don't never want to hear from him or see him again. And so this is what I try to tell guys, just be mindful. Because everybody that's applauding today, they really got to shovel out tomorrow trying to dig that grave for you. And like I said, Cam didn't say can't cook. Cam said bring something more than aesthetic. Can you cook? He didn't say you can't cook. Can you, besides being pretty face, nice body? But that was distracting, can't cook. And I don't think that's subservient. There are some religions that the woman is advised or supposed to be. So I get that, Skip. But
okay,
like,
but by NFL team standards, these comments will be dismissed as wrong and sexist.
Man, if some of the people in the NFL have signed.
Okay, we know that. But this is a potential face of the franchise. This is a starting quarterback. He's had some similar controversy in his past. And you just can't sell it to your fans.
represents very, very much and all that kind of stuff. But this Academy Board of Directors right now is more and more becoming a joke. It's an absolute joke. This was a free pass. And I am a Will Smith fan. I will continue to watch Will Smith films. He's not the one who came up with this. He's not the one who came up with this thing. He did what he had to do. He apologized, and he said to the Academy, I, in advance, accept any further measures you want to hand down. In advance, I accept what they are. And I thought that was very big of Smith, and I was proud of him for doing that. But then for the Academy to say, nothing. No penalty, except you don't get to come and sit through the 3 to 4 hour ceremony. You still get to go to the after parties. You can still be nominated for awards. You can still win all the awards.
Snow brought the chill.
Nothing. So I gotta say, while I was a little bit afraid they might do too much, I'm sitting there and saying, well, they didn't do anything. And again, don't blame Will Smith for this. I mean, it is he did create this problem. But I mean, don't blame Will Smith for what the penalty they handed down was. He had nothing to do with it. He just said, I accept whatever penalty you hand out. That's all he could do. And he did it. He did it with class. Good on him. But I don't know. This is ridiculous. We want to take a minute and thank the sponsors of this video, Liquid IV. Now listen, just one stick of Liquid IV added to 16 ounces of water will hydrate you faster and more efficiently than just water alone. It contains 5 essential vitamins like B3, B5, B6, B12, and of course vitamin C, with 3 times the electrolytes as traditional sports drinks. And what makes Liquid IV so effective is the science of cellular transport technology, or CTT. See, it's designed to enhance rapid absorption of water and other key ingredients into your bloodstream faster and more efficiently. You know, Ann and I get up pretty early in the morning to go to the gym because we can't go to the gym at any other time during the day. And for the last couple of weeks, I have been drinking 1 full glass of water with Liquid IV, and all I can tell you is you can feel the difference during the workout. So go and grab Liquid IV in bulk nationwide at Costco, or you can get 25% off when you go to liquidiv.com. Chris, what is our fifth main topic today?
This comes from Loose the Wise. What's up, John and crew? Recently saw that Doctor Strange 2 will not be shown in its entirety until its premiere on May 2nd, with reactions to follow, and reviews coming the following day. With all the craziness rumored to happen in the movie, does this news move your excitement level at all? Keep up the good work and bring on the filthy.
All right, thanks for sending that in. And obviously, look, the big movie that's on the horizon right now. The big one that everybody's talking about, the big one that we all got in our scopes. There's other big ones coming later, but the one that's immediately in our sights right now is obviously Doctor Strange 2 and the Multiverse of Madness. Again, tickets went on sale the other day, broke all the ticket records for the year. It actually caused AMC's site to really flounder and struggle. A couple other the ticketing websites struggled and floundered as well. There's a lot of excitement, a lot of hype for this movie. Now, we have an event coming up called CinemaCon that we do every year. And I know that they are doing 3 surprise screenings at CinemaCon. Last year, they did a couple, Aaron and I were at. They did a surprise screening for us of Ghostbusters, which was amazing. They did a surprise screening of Clifford the Big Red Dog, which I skipped out on, and Aaron walked out of after about a half hour. And I can't remember what the 3rd screening was. I can't remember what the 3rd one was. At any rate. So I know they've got 3 this year. One of those screenings, I am 1,000% convinced, is Top Gun. Of that, I have no doubt. Top Gun is absolutely going to be one of those surprise screenings. It's coming as a part of the Paramount presentation that everybody's looking forward to. They're definitely going to be showing us Top Gun. That I'm 1,000% convinced. Another one that I was pretty sure they were going to be doing for us was Doctor Strange 2. I was pretty sure, like, I'm not 1,000% convinced, but pretty sure that we were going to get a Doctor Strange 2, considering it was only like a week and something before the release date for it, right? And then the 3rd screening, I have no idea what the 3rd screening is going to be. No idea at all. I don't know which studio is going to do it. I don't know what movie is going to be, completely in the dark. So I've been saying for a little while now that I kind of think that 2nd one is going to be Doctor Strange 2. So yesterday, I got an email after saying on yesterday's show too that I think Doctor Strange 2 is going to be, one of the films that they screen. And what I was basically told was this. and I cannot say who it was from, but it was that, yeah, they are not going to be screening Doctor Strange 2 at cinema. Sorry to tell everybody, but they said guaranteed we are not showing Doctor Strange 2.
That makes sense.
At CinemaCon.
They didn't tell us about Andrew and Spider-Man. I don't trust or love anyone.
I don't know that it makes sense. I mean, they showed Shang-Chi at it before it opened.
Yeah.
That was all new. I mean, that was all. There wasn't any.
Right. So.
Like, this has so many secrets and
but still,
surprises.
The thing is, it's the theater owners. You know, it's this big thing, and they showed Shang-Chi last year, so I kind of thought they would. But that wasn't where they ended in the email.
Cool.
In the email, they went on to say this. They said, there's more security, more blah, 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 but the key line in it was this. There are more big surprises in Doctor Strange 2 than in Infinity War, Endgame, and Spider-Man No Way Home combined.
Oh, my. Come on now. Did it really say that?
He really said that. More significant surprises than in Infinity War, Endgame, and Spider-Man No Way Home combined.
Maybe Barb is behind all of it.
Maybe it's Barb! Barb is finally getting jumped.
That's pretty exciting, though, John.
It is pretty exciting. Now, once they tell us that, then it makes sense that you can't show this thing at CinemaCon. Because at CinemaCon, it's just a lot of movie theater. It's not just the movie theater owners, it's also their employees and whatever, and blah, blah, and husbands or wives, or sometimes they bring their kids and whatever, and it's like, you can't control who's going to jump on social media after that and say, oh my God, the Hugh Jackman as Wolverine part was amazing. Like you're just not going to be able to stop people from doing that.
No, I would be one of those people that would say that on Twitter immediately in the theater while it was happening.
So, Rob would be in there with his phone filming the screen.
No, I wouldn't.
Live streaming, guys. I can't believe how good.
It'd be like Mark Ruffalo when he was live streaming because he forgot to turn his phone off.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
And Kevin Feige told him the next day, "That was genius what you did."
So, go ahead, Ray.
Without Doctor Strange being there, so far we have Top Gun 2, and then that's all we.
That's the only one. Again, nobody from Paramount has told me that it's going to be Top Gun 2.
But our guesses.
I'm going to be completely shocked if they don't show us the next Top Gun. I'm positive they're going to show us the next Top Gun.
Would you be excited if that were the case?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah, I can't wait.
They showed us 13 plus minutes of it at the last CinemaCon, and I've been salivating ever since.
That last trailer, it looks so good.
The last trailer was great. I haven't been excited about it. In that last trailer, I was like, this movie looks dope.
It looks dope.
And then the stuff they showed us was so good. It was so good. And I've been like, because look, for a long time before that, I was like, too little, too late. This is a movie that should have come out 12 years ago. But then after they showed us the stuff they showed us at CinemaCon, I'm like, I take that all back.
Yeah.
This movie's going to be awesome.
If
so
Pete
good.
Mitchell is still in the Air Force 35 years later after we first saw him, so be it.
And looks 3 years older. Here's the thing, though. I really did think there was a decent shot that it was going to be Doctor Strange 2. But after they tell me more significant surprises than Infinity War, Endgame, and Spider-Man No Way Home combined, it does two things. The first thing it does is that it makes me realize, that makes sense then that they're not going to show it. I mean, look, we all expected some surprises coming out of Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, clearly, right? Like when we know we've got Patrick Stewart as Professor X in there, obviously there's going to be some significant surprises. But to the level that they're talking about, that's crazy, so it totally makes me understand that they're not going to show it there. But the second thing it does is this. Rob, you and I already know certain things about this movie. Not in its entirety. We don't know by far, but we were exposed to certain pieces of information about this movie that we have verified are true. But there's still a lot of the movie that we don't know a lot about. And what this news to me does, when they tell me more than Infinity War, Endgame, Spider-Man, No Way Home combined, what this tells me is I think there are going to be some things that happen in this movie that we have said, no way that happens. like, okay, that can happen, who knows, maybe that can happen, but that won't happen, and that won't happen. I'm starting to think now, literally freaking everything's on the table. I think Nicolas Cage as his National Treasure 3 character could show up. Hell, I think Nick Cage as, I don't know,
himself.
What's that? Nicolas Cage as himself. Or as
Ghost Rider.
Ghost Rider.
Oh, there we go.
Nick Cage's Ghost Rider could show up. I'm not saying he is, by the way. I'm just saying I am not taking anything off the table. I have said there is no way Hugh Jackman is coming back. He has been so adamant that I'm done with that. It was great. I had my swan song. He's been insistent that, Logan, I can't go out any better way than I did in that. And I've said there's no way.
That would be in this universe, Sean.
Yeah, but now...
Another universe, Hugh Jackman's all excited about being this movie.
But I'm now thinking, I'm not thinking that Hugh Jackman is going to be in it, but I'm now like, if he does, I ain't going to fall out of my chair. The whole theory about Tom Cruise as an Iron Man variant, it's possible. Halle Berry as Storm coming in, it's possible. I mean...
Namor is one of the Illuminati?
Namor as one of the Illuminati.
I love that.
Me too.
Is absolutely possible. There's some people out there who think Namor is going to be the villain in Black Panther 2. So maybe a Namor popping up as one of the Illuminati. Possible.
Blade, baby.
Blade is absolutely possible. I mean, they hired Mahershala Ali 18 years ago to play Blade, and so far all we got is this voice off camera in a post-credit scene in Eternals. Blade could be in there. I mean, literally anything could be in there. Now, I'm pretty sure that glowing figure that Wanda is fighting, I'm pretty sure that is not Captain Marvel, and I'm pretty sure that that is not an Iron Man variant. I think it's Rambo. I think it's not Monica, but her mom. What was her mom's name from the original Captain Marvel film?
Oh,
I can't remember the character's name, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be a variant of her. I think that's going to be a variant of her. But at any rate,
Maria
Rambo. I think that's going to be Maria Rambo, who is another universe's Captain Marvel, I think. That's what I kind of think is going to happen there. But how bonkers is this movie going to be? And here's the concern part. Sometimes bonkers, just for bonkers' sake, can make a bloody mess.
But I think they know that.
Well, of course, everybody knows that.
No, but I
do you cross the line?
You know, I've always trusted in Feige, like I trust in James Cameron. And I think this movie, they know that what this movie is doing as well is building to things. Building to the entrance of the X-Men into the MCU. It's building to propelling Phase 4 of wherever this... There's going to be ramifications. They've got Quantum Mania coming, which I think this will lead into somehow. I don't think that they'll... If they were to make this cheap and just paraded a bunch of people just because they know, ooh, look, so-and-so showed up for a second. That's awesome. I don't think they would do that to the audience. I think Marvel respects its audience more. I think all the bonkers, and I'm sure it'll be bonkers, will have a reason.
Absolutely.
They're not just going to do fan service for fan service's sake. I don't think they'll do that.
I agree with that. Feige knows what he's doing, and I think that they understand more is more. I think this is going to be a nice less is more moment of,
yes.
We are going to have those folks in there. We are going to have some really cool cameos, but they're going to make sense. They're going to have payoff.
You know, I keep thinking back, I hate saying this because it's DC. You know, I remember reading Crisis on Infinite Earths the first time, and they had Earth 3, they had Alexander Luthor was the only hero from Earth 3. And it opened with that Earth being destroyed. But he was only in it for like a few pages, and then he went through he became a Spectre. But the death of his universe mattered. It kicked off the story. You realized what the stakes were. And it was a small moment, but it mattered. And I think that that's what this movie is going to be full of. If they have these kinds of cameos, I'm hoping that each person's involvement will have weight, and it will carry the story forward. And I think that they're going to do that.
Hey guys, we want to take a moment and thank the sponsor of today's video, Peloton. Now listen, in the never-ending quest to try to stay in boxing classes, Peloton is work.
What cameo do you think we'll see?
All right, before we do, I got to prep. I got to prep for this. All right.
Can I go first?
Okay. Yeah, you go first, Ray.
I think we're gonna see the Skrulls. A Skrull one Skrull, some Skrull. I think we're gonna see that.
Really? Skrulls?
Yeah, I don't know why, but I just have a feeling we're gonna see some sort of Skrull in the movie. I don't know.
Okay, let's go to Rob. Rob, what's your one pickup for a cameo that we're gonna see in this thing?
Ed Norton.
Ooh.
Ed Norton is Banner.
No. Wow. You asked me to take it, but that's my pick. Two Hulks.
That's my pick. Ed Norton is Banner.
That would be crazy. Two Hulks.
Come on, bro.
Okay, so no, let me say this. I thought Ed Norton was a terrific Dr. Banner.
He was.
Great.
I thought he was terrific. But he hated his experience making the movie. Like, even though it was his movie, he refused to promote the film because they took him out of they didn't give him final edit. And him and Marvel have not been on the best of terms.
I know.
So I don't think you're right, but I would love it if you were.
I'll go even further.
Okay, take it further.
He's part of the Illuminati.
Whoa. You want me to go along? All right, you're going deep. Even if, other than Professor X, these classes will have you working up a sweat while working on the fundamentals of form, footwork, and fun combos that will keep you on your toes. Peloton has a workout for every day and every kind of schedule. So guys, right now, visit onepeloton.com to learn more. That's ONEPELOTON.com. Can we, go around and do the for sure cameo that we think is going to happen? Like, just one thing, like, even if, other than Professor X, because that's obviously because that one we've already seen. What cameo do you think we'll see? All right, before we do, I got prep for this. All right. Can I go first? Okay. Yeah, you go first, Ray. I think we're going to see the Skrulls. A Skrull, one Skrull, some Skrull. I think we're going to see that. Really? Skrulls? Yeah, I don't know why, but I just have a feeling we're going to see some sort of Skrull in the movie. I don't know. Okay, let's go to Rob. Rob, what's your one pickup for a cameo that we're going to see in this thing?
Ed Norton.
Ooh.
Ed Norton is Banner.
Oh, wow. You asked me to take it, but that's my pick. Two Hulks.
That's my pick. Ed Norton is Banner.
That would be crazy. Two
Come on, bro.
Okay, so no, let me say this. I thought Ed Norton was a terrific Dr. Banner.
He was.
Great.
I thought he was terrific. But he hated his experience making the movie. Like, even though it was his movie, he refused to promote the film because they took him out of they didn't give him final edit. And him and Marvel have not been on the best of terms.
I know.
So I don't think you're right, but I would love it if you were.
I'll go even further.
Okay, take it further.
He's part of the Illuminati.
Whoa! I don't know.
Oh, wow. You want me to go low?
All right, you're going deep.
Hey, you got your bottle back, right? You got your bottle back? Okay, you do.
Yeah, I got my bottle. Yeah, but like half of it is missing since Rob had it over there, so I don't know where all the half of it went.
It wasn't just me.
What?
Hey, Chris.
No, but I just want to say that if they're going to do this and they're saying what they said in your email, wouldn't that be kind of cool and fun? And I think actors, Ed Norton was in the second Marvel movie. You know, it was after it didn't quite work out so well, but now, 13 years later, all is forgiven, right? Hopefully.
I would love if they mended that fence with this film. Bring hearts and minds together. That'd be sweet.
What was that? Was that your character? Was that the girl that comes out when you drink?
What? Oh no, she's just. I do get really southern. I get really swampy, as Logan calls it.
What's your call on this?
I think Magneto. Magneto's the obvious choice to me, though.
Oh God, I love
Bring him
Magneto.
in. I just don't know which version.
All right, I'm gonna go a little bit out left field, and somebody brought this up to me once months ago, and I said, never. I'm actually going to call it because of certain things that have been happening on screen and off screen. Ben Affleck's Daredevil. I think Ben Affleck's, if I had to pick one cameo, I think Ben Affleck's Daredevil shows up in this. Not on the Illuminati,
right?
But I think at least even a shot of him or one scene or one, I'm going to go Ben Affleck's Daredevil.
Dude, I got to tell you, have you watched Deepwater yet?
No, I was so excited about it that every review
one of his many clips. Okay, he plays the ultimate cuck in that movie.
Right.
It's painful he is so good playing that particular role. I think Ben Affleck, we're in the middle. I think we're on the precipice of an Affleckissance. I think Ben Affleck is going to go back to directing. I think after we see him as Batman in the Flash movie, if it ever comes out, I think Ben Affleck is doing things that are going to just make everyone love him. I think you're right.
I still think he's one of the best directors in the business right now. But he hasn't made a film in
he absolutely is. But I never thought about that. I think you're right. Somebody in the live chat is saying if you really had balls, you'd call Ben Affleck as Batman showing up in this. That might be a little out of bounds. That one I don't think we can possibly see happening. You know what we should do on tomorrow's show? We've done this before. I think, and we haven't done it in a while. I think on tomorrow's show, I'm going to put together a chart of potential surprise cameos, and we'll do over-under percentages on it. Yeah. I think we'll come up with about 10 or 12 of them.
You know what? I was also looking up a list of like the movies a week before or a week after CinemaCon or a month after. Maybe we should do one of what we think is going to screen now. I don't know. Maybe
that surprise screening.
You know, I'm thinking it might be The Northman. We might get that. It was a week afterwards. After.
Just I thought The Northman came out. What is the release date on that?
I have it right here.
Reviews are dropping.
Oh no! It's 3 days before. Okay, never mind.
Okay, so yeah, it won't be The Northman. Like, oh god, I'm so excited about The Northman. And look, all I know. So this brings up a question too. With all the bonkers, with all the craziness, with all this kind of stuff, how big can this movie actually be? Now, a little while ago, I was saying like 150 million opening, which would be monstrous. And one of the things I said was this movie is not.
What? Oh, what? I put my car out there so it's rain washed. Oh, there, let me do this number here then. Well, that didn't work. Why didn't it work? There it goes. You'll be alright. You paid Friday. Don't be afraid. So I got from the phone bill. Your call, he said it Look at the radar. I got it in there. No. Cool. I'll get right again. You get out of that stuff. About 2 hours. What's your tricks, Cooper? I know we watch you about it. Come here, Cooper. Come here. Is that it? Yeah. Get all the dust off of it. You got a can of water? Yeah, we called. He said it's real bad. There's Jim. He said it's thunder and lightning. Winds blowing. When are you going to put this? Oh, we'll put this time on. Say, fill this place and put it in the freezer. Okay, put it in the refrigerator. Originally, I was going to cook it tomorrow. You know, reading this stuff here? No, not yet. I'm sorry. Originally, I was going to cook it tomorrow. Thought I was going to be in Looney Bill. Huh? Yes. Oh, really? I was on the phone. Oh, got jelly. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Got that cheese. Yeah, but I got the broccoli too. That's broccoli cheese. Oh, yeah, I know. It tastes the same, but I was talking about the, Well, you want to make those jobs. I think I might have one bag in here to show you. One bag. These. What about the macaroni? I should say macaroni. You said macaroni. You said noodles. I started to get macaroni. Sorry. I said no. He said noodles. That's fine. I'll eat these two. They taste about the same. Said that microwave had to sit there.
Nah.
Huh? It ain't either. Move that stuff around there. Move the... I was thinking the can opener, the coffee pot, the toaster. What do you think? Oh, you got the seasoned green beans. They are pretty good, ain't they? I remember when you first got them, you said, oh, I think they those, and can't do without them, can you? I think I know where one is. You need a power strip or just yeah, right here. It's a mix. What? What? Here you go. What the hell I got in there? I guess it does, because that's where alcohol comes from, is fermented fruit. You know? Y'all like monster? Yeah, fermented fruit. And it gets rotten. Only ferment. Yeah. Looked like rain was almost here. That it?
Oh, I don't know what that's sour. I'll wait on the refrigerator.
Did you get a good deal on it? $100? That's not bad. Hamilton Beach is a good brand. That's not bad. Ooh, ship with dollars.
Huh?
Ship with dollars.
Already the electronics sometimes are no good.
Yeah. Refurbish them a lot of times, but I mean, sometimes they're no good, but you get good prices. But yeah, when it comes to electronics, it's better to pay for quality. I learned working at GameStop that one thing that you actually do pay for quality when it comes to is electronics. People come in all the time and get those real cheap $10 headsets. I'll be back the next week. Bro, get another one. Be like, well, I'm telling you, there goes the $30, $40, $50 pair and get the warranty on it. And our warranty's not like Walmart's where you gotta wait 3 or 4 months before they'll replace it. So you come in with whichever warranty does, you come in and say it broke, no questions asked, we'll replace it on the spot. If we don't have it in stock, we'll order one online for you and have it sent to the store. Here's the converter. I think it was that chicken nuggets. Huh?
Look, must be inside. Both on must be inside.
Thank you for getting the stuff you got. Harvey, appreciate it.
Good enough?
Okay, keep it back to it.
Oh, really? I didn't go up though. I don't think Roger even took off and on. Probably got open. Yeah. Sam's gonna shoot me a message whenever it stops storming, and then. Why's he gonna do that? He's not paying you. You should have had your check. Why you not working for him anymore? No, I am. Well, why he ain't paying you then? Huh? I'm just asking. I don't know what the hell's going on with him, but. You were there with GameStop over his money, and that guy don't pay it off. Minutes ain't enough time. Figure out something for college or something. Just talking to myself. Read the comments. Somebody says they walk. Nobody there to talk to? Most times, no. When I talk to myself, I know I'm talking to somebody special. I don't answer myself. be all right, won't it? Yes. A little bit crazy, I guess. Okay, land don't wake up anymore. Still 37 miles an hour. It's already howling. Started howling about an hour ago. Oh, wow. Bigger. Oh. Like that. Like whenever you always get food or breakfast or whatever, whenever I try to warm it up. You know, bed? Up on top of the bed? Whenever I would try to warm it up, I'd have to keep it closed because it wasn't big enough. Oh. But that would be able to open it up.
What is wrong with you? What did you do to him, Ryan?
Nothing.
It acts like he's scared.
I was scared of it.
What are you doing right now?
Beating on him, man. Ryan's been beating on him.
No, no. What's his butt?
Yeah, last night I was giving him. He's just an all-bar dog. I gave him some more of that ham last night. He's just all-bar. What I do, Mom, is I take a piece and I bite it in half and I give him half of it. I don't just give him the whole piece.
They didn't have any racing cups.
Oh, that's fine. I feel that.
Mom bought a pack of four, so I don't know what you done.
Oh, I already put them up.
Oh, okay.
They're in a different bag.
All right.
I got everything except whites.
Well, oh, I'll have to get it. When I go out, I'll get some stomach medicine.
You got some.
There's something in there. Oh, you already got some?
Got all the bottles. 3 bottles in.
I didn't mention none because I was gonna buy some for one. You always get it. You had a bottle in the bathroom, but I didn't take it. Some of what you had in the bathroom. In there in that bottle. Yeah.
get out there when that storm comes. It's supposed to hail.
I just want it to rain a little bit on it. It's enough to God does to knock it off. I'm gonna put this in y'all's bedroom. Ooh, I like that. All right, I set the clock on it. Thanks for getting them. What was gas up there? It's been going down.
When I left GameStop, I got in trouble last night when I left GameStop. Manager takes me right as soon as I was supposed to get off at 6. Right as soon as like 2 minutes before I was supposed to clock out, the customer walked in. And Aaron, who was assistant manager, was working with another customer. They walked right to me because I didn't have nobody in front of me. They wanted to trade in a phone. So, I'm getting ready to go home and translate it to them. So we have this thing we have to do when they trade in phones. We have to look it up to this thing called, computer program called iSense. So we have a problem about it. Sometimes it works right, sometimes it doesn't. When I first looked it up, it read the phone like it was supposed to. And it got all the way to the end, right before it tells you how much you can give for it or not, then it broke. So I had to restart it, tried it again, but this time when I looked it up, it said, go on the phone and click trust computer, so it read it. But I had already done that the first time, so it wasn't popping up on the phone. So I had to go and reset the security protocol, so it would click trust, don't trust computer. Anyway, long story short, I went over about 37 minutes of how long I was supposed to be there. And apparently, we got called from somebody. She wouldn't have said nothing to me, he get called from somebody. Last night, right after we went to bed last night, Daryl called me. But what happened is, 37, close to 50, like I'm right on the brink, just keeping their hours. They take that serious. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. I was like, overtime. It's like, yeah, but we're only allotted so many hours. Yeah. That's probably what he'll do Friday when I can work. Or Saturday. No, he can't do it Saturday. Yeah. I got 24 hours this week, 3 8-hour shifts. Hopefully it'll do Friday. I can't do it Saturday. I'll be by myself for the last 4 hours. My birthday day. Close the store early. I opened Friday, so he comes in at 2, so we'll probably have to leave at 5:30. For 9:30. supposed to get to 15-minute breaks too. You don't even get them. Nobody ever takes them. Yeah, but even if we were going to take them, you don't have to clock out for them to take them. Take a break. Only the lunches are unpaid. That's what we got to clock out for. I got in the bill better though. Called me and didn't yell at me. Yeah, so I'm going to see this. You won't know what you mean. Just look at the 50% and the 50%. Those are my numbers. You know what they're supposed to be at? The one on the left is supposed to be at 15%, and the one on the right is supposed to be 20%. I'm at 50 and 50. See that picture? Yeah, the phone he texted me back with a smile. He texted me and said, well, at least it was worth it. Yep. At least you know when I'm on the clock, our numbers are going to be where they're supposed to be, or higher. And then my pro account yesterday is 16.7%. It's only supposed to be 10. Six pro. I need to go buy the pro. birthday thing. Credit for me. I went to, we were really good friends in middle school, and our first job, last week or Somerset, after our freshman year of high school, I had to see him. We were really, really good friends. Now there's a mouse garden. After that game, that's just on the 40353. 40353. No, I'm not about to TikTok. Oh, I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah, TikTok. TikTok 40353. Protests. They go by state. They go by. Kentucky here. Garland. 113.
I did find these. Do you have to burn them? Oh, really? Oh, wait, we got some of those things in here in the drawer. Hey, yeah, Mount Sterling's 40353. All zip code needs to start with 403. All zip code needs to start with 403. We're 40312. That's 40380. After all, 40353. I remember in Vegas, every zip code that I do in Vegas started with 89. 89 something. If it was North Las Vegas, it was 890. And if it was regular Las Vegas, it was 891. But all those start with 89.
Boom.